Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's a special meeting of the City Council and Stadium Authority Board. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm confirming your confirmation of quorum.
Thank you. City Attorney, we have two closed session items.
We do, Madam Mayor. Item 1 is Public Employee Performance Evaluation. Title, City Attorney, under discussion, process for evaluation. Item 2 is Conference with Legal Counsel regarding existing litigation, 49ers SC Stadium Company LLC versus the Stadium Authority.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on those two closed session items? City Clerk, I don't see anyone, but none? All right. We will adjourn to closed session, be back at 7 p.m. for the special Stadium Authority Board meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Special Stadium Authority Board meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park. Let the record reflect Councilmember Board Member Park is not present. Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
And Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. And for the record, Councilmember Board Member Park has arrived.
Thank you. Are you, yeah.
The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and the use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If there are any registered lobbyists attending this evening, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose your clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the Council Stadium Authority is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, which we actually don't have on the agenda tonight. That'll be next week. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. Thank you. So reports of action taken in closed session, City Attorney, Stadium Authority Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The council met on both items 1A and 1B as listed on the agenda. I'm informed that there was no reportable action as a result of discussions on item 1A, and there was no reportable action on item 1B.
Thank you. So that moves us right along to our one and only item on this agenda this evening, which is a study session, discussion of the proposed Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 2024-25 operating, debt service, and capital budget, and Stadium Authority budget compliance and management policies. Executive Director.
Sure. Thank you, Board. Board Chair Gilmore and members of the public, Javon Grogan, Executive Director for the Stadium Authority. First, I want to say we are excited to provide you with the proposed budget for fiscal year 24-25 that runs from April 1st to from April 1st through March. The presentation you have tonight will be provided by several individuals that support the Stadium Authority. Also want to say tonight is a study session, and so we will go through the details of the proposed budget and engage the board with any questions and receive feedback. We are anticipating being back before you 2 weeks from today on March 12th for final action on the proposed budget document. We have several people here today. The primary presentation will be provided by Stadium Authority Treasurer Ken Lee and Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker. We also have a number of people that are here tonight and able to answer questions. Also from the city is your board counsel, Glenn Guggens. We also have Captain Rich Fitting, who supports the stadium with special events and security, and he is accompanied by Eric Enos, a lieutenant within the police department. And we also have Christine Jung, who does a lot of work throughout the year to support the Stadium Authority. I was told that online we will have 2 people representing Manco or Stadium Management, Alex Acton, Finance Director for the Stadium Manager, as well as Jihad Beachman, General Counsel for the Stadium Manager. And before we begin, I also just want to thank Director Treasurer Lee and his entire finance staff for their tireless work on preparing the budget. As you know, we have about 45 days to prepare the budget, and there has been a number of meetings and conversations and work with our financial system to get to this point today, and so I just want to recognize that hard work that the staff has done. I'll now turn the presentation over to Treasurer Ken Lee.
Welcome, Director Lee.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Chair Gilmore and Stadium Authority Board. Appreciate the comments, Executive Director, and happy to be with you this evening. This is that time of year where you hear from me around the Stadium Authority budget. So tonight I have quite a few slides, but I'll get through them quickly, and also wanted to echo the acknowledgement of staff, namely Lynn Lamb and Tyler Cook, who are online as well, to answer questions at the end if need be, but a lot of long hours to get this budget through. By way of agenda, I know there's 12 items on here. The first 3 or 4 are background items. I just want to review with you as well as the public just the information in terms of the timeline, some methodology, assumptions, flowcharts. Then I'll dive into some summary key points in the budget. If you take anything away and read some sub-bullets, these key summary elements summarize a lot of the effort and the themes in this budget before you. Of course, there are a lot more details than those summaries, so items 5 through 8 there I'll dive in some detail around the specific areas of our operating capital and debt service sections. And then, as the Executive Director mentioned, I'll turn it over to our Assistant City Manager to close it out with the last 4 items on this agenda. By way of budget development and calendar, the process for the Stadium Authority budget starts in October and November, and we work closely with our Stadium Manager to develop deadlines. My staff, our finance staff, works with all our city departments, roughly 40 people, not all 100%, touch the Stadium Authority in some capacity from a general and administrative perspective, and that's in addition to over 100 from a public safety standpoint. In January 2024, it kicks off, as the Executive Director mentioned, the contractual deadline, the 45-day clock, so to speak, that was outlined in the agreements. We receive a handful of documents from our Stadium Manager, including the items here before you tonight. We go through and analyze with staff, with the management team, a back and forth process in February, and I do want to acknowledge here the very quick turnaround, less than 2 weeks between that February 19th deadline here and the last Friday's date to get the items before you. So it is a huge lift, acknowledging the staff mentioned previously. That leads us to tonight's item, a study session with the goal of presenting items in the budget for discussion and feedback by the board, and then ultimately for an adoption on March 12th, if that's the board's will, and that gets us to a notice of approval or disapproval within that 45-day window that we talked about on March 14th. As far as the budget itself, it includes, I won't go through every section here, but a recap of highlights from our current year, as well as assumptions and projections and details around the budget, the spending plan, and then the last part, a work plan from the Executive Director's office. You'll see in your attachments a summary RTC report. Item 1 is the budget itself, roughly 50 pages. Item 2 and 3 are requirements under the agreement to be submitted before you. I'll just note that item 2 here, the annual public safety budget, is for information only. Those appropriations for police and fire departments are approved by the City Council through the city budget. And then item 4 and 5 here in your packet, the budget, compliance, and management policies that we bring forward annually for the board's consideration. When it comes to methodology, the assumptions, I wanted to spend some time on, this is what I would constitute my disclaimer as your treasurer. The first bullet here is we report out on a governmental accounting basis, an accrual basis, and what that means for the non-accountants or the public is that when activity occurs during a year, that's when we record it, and it's regardless of when the cash comes in. This budget report, as I talked about, were based on documents submitted by Manco on January 31st, back and forth. Most recently, we received some responses February 19th, so less than 2 weeks to get the item before you. Includes capital budget proposals worked on by our public safety team here with us around equipment as well as stadium manager staff. And then the last bullet, just to note, as we've done in the last several years, the budget's presented in the context of ongoing litigation. So currently with both the NFL SBL buffet costs as well as public safety costs, those line items are allocated, proposed to be allocated to a legal contingency based on the direction by the board in prior years. On this slide, I know there's oftentimes a lot of questions asked about the different entities that touch the stadium, and so just really briefly, the City of Santa Clara owns the land for which the stadium is built on. The Stadium Authority, as the board you act on as the stadium owner, leases that stadium as, from to Stadco during the NFL season, 6 months or so. Stadco, as the 49ers company, leases that and runs that operations for the football side. And then Manco, as a separate entity, manages that stadium both for Stadco and for the Stadium Authority. I know the print is small on here, but wanted to highlight just the organizational chart here with the board as at the top, and then both the legal counsel and auditor's office as appointees to the board. And then under direction of the executive director's office, roughly 40 positions, or about 8.5 full-time equivalent positions over all the different departments highlighted here to keep the Stadium Authority operations going. On the Manco side, this is a new chart before you. As you may recall, we do have funded positions through shared expenses. So many of the positions highlighted here, and these are organized by stadium manager divisions, stadium operations, guest services, engineering, and security. Those positions are funded 50-50 based on our contract with the stadium manager, and then groundskeeping funded at a 30% clip here for the Stadium Authority. Separately, to the bottom right here, SBL Sales and Services. This is a team that is responsible for both marketing and selling some of the SBLs as they turn over through defaults every year. Roughly 10 positions in sales, and then funding half of the 9 positions or so on the service side. So just wanted to highlight organizationally the dollars in the budget for the stadium manager, how they're reflected from an organizational headcount perspective. When it comes to the dollars in the budget, I wanted to talk through our operating budget here of $47.3 million. Includes a debt budget of 19.7, capital expenditure budget, and I'll refer to this as CapEx throughout this presentation, $22 million. From an accounting and budget perspective, to avoid some of the double counting with the ins and outs here, taking out 23. So on a net level, $65.9 million budget before you for consideration. With some of the key themes, if you pay attention to some of the numbers, the first 2 bullets on this slide, you'll see that both revenues and expenses are down from an amended budget to a proposed budget. Partly due to, on the revenue side, the conclusion of a lot of the SBLs that were sold and financed on a 10-year plan that ends this year. We do receive ongoing SBL revenues as some of those may default and get resold. That was entirely predicted as part of the debt financing. So on the expense side, a decrease of our Term A loan payment based on cash flow projections that were anticipated with regards to those SBLs. The third bullet on this slide, renovation and demolition reserve, I'll talk a little bit about what happens and what buckets are filled through excess revenues at the end of the year. This is a bucket that we've started to fill in 22-23 with this year's activity and next year's projected activity. Forecasted at $35.5 million, a little bit more than half of the obligation that was outlined in our contract, so a very good progress there. And then that fourth bullet there, with regards to capital expenses, we do have fixed defined contributions in the agreement as well as that excess revenue I talked about. When you consider the projects that are programmed before you, at the end of the day, roughly $3.5 million towards that's left over for capital reserve. And so that is, we understand, it is a very small amount for an asset that's close to $1 billion in value. We will continue to work with our stadium manager to prioritize the top projects and then identify any kind of revenue source if needed going forward to maintain the facility. From a non-NFL net revenue perspective, the budget includes $5.5 million. This is a point-in-time number. That number can change throughout the year based on the type of events, the number of events, and the terms negotiated within those events. And in my quarterly reports to you, I'll report out that progress throughout the year, and I have some information in here that dives a little bit deeper into that. That is, we do acknowledge lower than the last 2 years, both in terms of type of events and recovery from COVID. We have had high revenues, $8.8 million last year, a projected $7.8 million this year, and we'll see what that final number is. Second bullet on this slide, this item was before the board roughly a month and a half ago around the extension of our naming rights agreement with Levi's Strauss that extended the terms an additional 10 years that and now in February 2044. The big investment in here in accordance with that agreement, $2.7 million towards the sign replacement in accordance with that agreement. $1.2 million here from our CapEx budget, 1.5 as a transfer into that CapEx budget from our naming rights revenue. And then the last bullet here, a lot of activity around Super Bowl 60 and the World Cup. The Stadium Authority is currently negotiating with our Bay Area Host Committee. This budget does not include the full costs necessary to support these events, and so we'll bring back both the agreements and budget amendments before the board at a later date once those are negotiated. I want to shift gears here. Sometimes I'm asked what happens to the revenues if there are leftover dollars at the end of the year, and this chart, I think, succinctly points out the different buckets required under the agreement, and you'll see the green check marks representing that we filled those buckets, but I'll walk through a couple of them. I want to highlight item number 3. I talked about the limited and fixed amount that comes into our CapEx reserve. This as part of the excess revenue distribution provides for an additional $1 million. I mentioned a modest $3.4 million in that reserve left over at the end of the day with this budget. So we are concerned that if there are needs beyond this, we might need additional funds, and so we're working with our stadium manager. Items 4 and 5 on here, some of the buckets around our operating reserve, and then item 5, we did make significant progress around our subordinate loan that was completed and paid off in 22-23. Item 6 here, the bucket for our operating expense is full, and so we're currently on item 7. I talked about that $35.5 million projected balance at the end of next year. That is over half and leads us to the 8th bucket here, to the extent that number 7 is full. It allows for, the agreement allows for distributions, including the general fund, discretionary funds, and potentially other allocations as needed. And so we do anticipate item 7 to be filled potentially using some simple projections over the next 4 or 5 years, but we will report progress on that as the budgets evolve. When you look at the specific dollars on this chart, I want to highlight a couple things. The first row here, our CapEx reserve. So both on the city side and on the Stadium Authority side, as projects continue from year to year, a significant number gets carried over from year to year. This budget carries along that theme, and at the end of the day, when you consider the projects in this budget, $3.4 million left for the CapEx. The operating reserve, that second bucket, that grows roughly by 3% a year, so about $27 million there as a rainy day fund. That was extremely important in the COVID years when we didn't have fans in the stands, and so right now, happy to report, based on the agreement, that bucket is full. And then you see the growth here on our renovation and demolition reserve over last year when we started at 5.3, the projected contribution at the end of this fiscal year, and then with the budget before you at the end of next year. So digging into the details on the budget, over the next few slides, our general and administrative expense budget, $4.2 million. This does include funding for, as I mentioned, over 40 positions and 8.5 full-time equivalents. This is what we consider a baseline support for the Stadium Authority. It does include the addition of a position in the executive director's office around a management analyst for SBL and procurement support, and can talk more about that. And just notably, the cost increases here reflect our cost of living adjustments from our city contracts, as well as some of the reallocations for those 40 positions that I mentioned earlier. Around net non-NFL events, here's a chart that shows our budget currently forecasted at this point in time of $5.5 million. Based on information we received, currently 3 concerts and 4 soccer events are planned for 24-25. We also know that from a private party, special events, over 50 events are forecasted. We'll continue to work and get updates on that as we go along here. Again, this is a point in time, and understand really what drives this from a management team perspective in an effort to maximize revenues coming to the Stadium Authority. From a legal contingency reserve perspective, I mentioned that with outstanding litigation, there are 2 set-asides here for the buffet costs and the public safety costs, and just showing as the council had directed over the last couple years, and with this budget, a total of $14.5 million potentially at the end of next year forecasted towards these costs here. On this next slide, when it comes to stadium manager shared expenses, a budget here of $13.6 million includes 55 positions for which the Stadium Authority funds a portion thereof, 50% or 30%. This is a decrease of around $400,000 or 3%. It's based on projected field turf replacements and some of the shifting of some of the dollars around uniforms. The second bullet here, I mentioned staff hired by the stadium manager to manage our SBLs and the services provided for those SBL holders, a $2.4 million budget, roughly 19 positions here, again, partially funded for some of those staff by the Stadium Authority. On this next slide, for those that love the numbers like I do here, here the revenues in the operating budget here shows our largest contribution to the operating budget is our facility rent. That is a fixed amount over the term of the agreement, almost $25 million. NFL ticket surcharge, so this is a 10% surcharge applied to NFL tickets forecasted at 13.7. Naming rights, this is based on our agreement with Levi's. And then we get down into some of the proceeds, non-NFL event revenues, $5.5 million. I talked about SBL proceeds forecasted. These are from defaulted SBLs at $5 million of proceeds there. Interest income, now this is dollars that are earned, and because of the high interest rate, a forecast here of roughly $3.5 million based on cash with the Stadium Authority. And then some of the dollars here rounding out the total revenues of $62.3 million. On the expense side, I want to note on the expense side here that it excludes some of the transfers out for some of the debt, capital, and the naming rights sign I talked about earlier. But from a line item to line item perspective here, the activities around our shared stadium manager expenses, the $13.5 million, our stadium authority staff and non-personnel time, $4.2 million. The staffing around SBL sales and services, utilities, highlighted here, both ground rent, performance rents, and senior and youth fees, those are paid to the city's general fund. I want to highlight that ground rent bumped up very recently with this budget to $1 million, and it is projected to grow from there. And then some of the other smaller amounts here are listed on this slide. So in total expenses, when you exclude some of those transfers, $24.2 million. On that performance rent line item, our goal here really with the ongoing and hopefully resolution of litigation is that those dollars would flow back to the general fund at some point with regards to performance rent. When you dig a little bit deeper on the budget and some of the numbers with regards to our Stadium Authority general and administrative budget, this shows a year-over-year comparison. The largest cost here are the staff costs. I mentioned the 8.5 full-time equivalent, or the 40 so positions that touch the Stadium Authority. Our legal services, audit services, consultants, and then some of the line items here, special projects listed on here, an increase anticipated for some of the analysis based on upcoming events. Dollars for other expenses, as well as the board stipend. So in total here, $4.2 million of an increase. Sometimes, I talk about in my quarterly reports our discretionary fund, and this is a fund that's set aside for the Stadium Authority for, in the past, they were used to pay for public safety costs over the threshold and could be used in the future pending the outcome of litigation. And so these are dollars that are earned on our non-NFL ticketed events. It's a $4 charge, so $2 comes to this discretionary fund. And typically in this budget, we do allocate out a $250 expense line item for the executive director's office in the event something comes up unexpected throughout the year. When it comes to performance rent, I talked about that in the expense budget. I wanted to spend the next few slides to walk through that calculation and some of the history here. So performance rent is paid to the city, or is intended to pay to the city on top of our fixed ground rents. It's roughly equal to 50% of the net NFL, non-NFL event revenue, minus some credits, and we have credits based on the ground rent that's paid to the city from the Stadium Authority, as well as credits including public safety costs. And so to the extent public safety costs are above a certain threshold, then there are terms within the agreement that kick in that require credits to be made from performance rent, and that impacts the dollars that can flow to the city's general fund. With regards to non-NFL event revenue, these are the revenues that start out that math calculation. You can see with the first 4 years, roughly $5 to $6 million in dollars, and then dropped off with some of the events in 2019 and 20 leading into COVID, very difficult years. And then the last 3 years, the best years of our Stadium Authority, $8.8 million last year, projected close to $8 million this year, and then $5.5 million in this coming budget year. When it comes to performance rent, I mentioned that there are credits that are defined in the agreements, the Stadium Authority agreements. This chart here shows that calculation starting with both the ground rent and our non-NFL event dollars. When you consider both public safety credits and potentially other credits, this shows those dollars going into the litigation contingencies I mentioned, and then anything beyond that would come to the general fund. So the goal here really is to itemize out that math calculation, and then hopefully with the resolution of the outstanding arbitration, potentially some dollars here flowing back to the general fund. With regards to our shared stadium manager expenses, I mentioned a $13.5 million budget before you. This shows those dollars by line item, compensation being the largest here, roughly $5.6 million. The stadium does include quite a large dollar amount with outside services. A lot of those are contracts with regards to keeping up with the facility within our engineering department, contracts around security. I do want to note that these are dollars that are not tied to specific events. With regards to the staffing at those events, those are charged directly to those individual events, both on the NFL and non-NFL side. So in total here, when you add in the insurance and the management fee, base management fee, $13.5 million. Some of the changes to highlight within the shared stadium manager expenses under stadium operations, which is the largest division. Here there was one position that's recommended for elimination here, Director of Stadium and Event Operations. There is a position that's that FTE or that position's proposed to be allocated to engineering to help manage some of the public work capital projects here at the stadium. And so based on priorities, that position was deemed necessary and proposed by our stadium manager. Now, shifting gears to debt, on the next couple of slides, you'll notice that we have made significant progress with regards to the pay down of debt. And for a finance person like myself, that's always good to see, a good trend from a fiscal health perspective. And so on this chart for next fiscal year, you'll see that based on projected hotel activity with that CFD or community financing district here, $2.7 million in the budget. That's a pass-through. That's an allocation that's charged to guests at select hotels around the stadium. And then our Term A loan, a budget here of $16.9 million, the allocation between interests and principal there. So when you look at our overall debt obligation that's left with the Stadium Authority, the peak there at over $650 million with the stadium opening in 2014. Here, just over 10 years later, we're sitting at a 66% reduction, roughly $220 million over those two issues here, so significant progress. Then with regards to the dollars, I want to talk a little bit about the dollars in our capital budget and show some of the pictures. I think they tell a little bit more of a story here. Our capital budget before you is $22 million. That consists of roughly $8.5 million of new projects. There's significant investments here in our lighting, a large project to change out our lights to LED to save energy, and with regards to new state regulations coming down the pipeline. Some of the waterproofing, joint replacement, equipment, and then contingency around those new projects. There are $12.1 million of carryover projects that's highlighted here. It includes dollars around the signage. I mentioned that a portion of that's funded by our naming rights revenue, and then equipment here, $5.1 million, and then some warranty items here. We're actively working with staff to close out those, and potentially those dollars could be returned to the capital budget fund. And so when it comes to some of the projects here on this picture, it shows traffic deck recoding. It doesn't show the before picture, but if you can imagine, some of those steps had flaking concrete, and I won't pretend to be the capital expert, but just communicating from our stadium manager some of the highlighted projects here. So a recoding of that concrete on the steps to ensure safety of our guests. I talked about the lighting project there, $4.5 million, and some additional traffic deck recoding as exemplified in this picture. Then with regards to carryover projects, I talked about our naming rights signage, about 1.2 carried over, 1.5 from our naming rights based on that amendment to the agreement, and then roughly 1.2 here to replace finishes. So here's on the picture a little bit of the before and after for refinishing. It shows a newly finished floor that's been refinished from some of the traffic in that area. On some of the projects, it does include the continuation of some of the seat replacement. You'll see on the left side here the before and after of some of the seats, some of that covering coming off the seats. On the right here, an ongoing project to convert some of the lighting in the lots to LED that helps with safety as well as meets both sustainability as well as economic goals around utilities. And so those are just some of the projects wanted to highlight, and now I wanted to pass the presentation over to Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker to close out the presentation, and then city staff, myself, will be available for questions.
Thank you, Director Lee. Welcome.
Thank you, Director Lee. Chuck Baker, Assistant City Manager. Greetings, good evening to members of the Stadium Authority, members of the public, and the staff. So the Stadium Operations and Maintenance Plan, referred to as the SOMP, is a comprehensive 339-page plan. And it's prepared by the stadium manager. It's designed to achieve a safe and well-maintained stadium. And it covers the overall operation and maintenance of Levi Stadium on a continual year-round basis, including overseeing the day-to-day operations and maintenance of the stadium, including the NFL games, the non-NFL games, the concerts, and other non-NFL events, and similar corporate and private events. And so the stadium, including the base building systems and equipment, as well as the public-facing portions of the venue, such as the playing field, inner bowl, the seating areas, the walkways, et cetera, are really, including any personal related property actually, such as furniture and fixtures, really need to be well-maintained at a high-class, first, best-in-class level at the highest quality of NFL stadiums. And so this needs to be suitable for all of our sporting events that we host, as well as our concerts and the private events that we'll talk about in a second. And so the SOMP document has been created not only to comply with the management agreement, but also to establish a well-functioning, effective, efficient, and safe operation. And so staff is reviewing this large document. It updates year to year to reflect current market conditions. But essentially, we are approving it administratively, but we will be reviewing it and providing feedback to the stadium manager. And so staff also received and reviewed the 2024 marketing plan. And it's part of the annual budget. Our goal this year is really to work in lockstep with the stadium manager through a deeply collaborative effort with a keen eye on refining and implementing the marketing plan to achieve a maximum level of revenues for non-NFL events, which includes public or ticketed events as well as private events. And staff has identified 3 key focus areas. We're going to leverage the Niners' strong season performance and its high global popularity for both the players and the team to actually build the performance of non-NFL event revenue at Levi Stadium and to increase the global popularity of Santa Clara and all the great opportunities that lie in Santa Clara. We want to integrate deeper, and we want to make sure that we can boost our own reputation in our backyard. And we're going to do that in lockstep through a revised cadence of meetings that essentially will allow us to refine this marketing plan and to hold all the key performance indicators accountable and attributable to the marketing events that are set forth in the plan. And so that's the first objective. The second objective is to develop an integrative marketing plan with Discover Santa Clara. Last year, we actually worked with the stadium manager at IMEX, which is a large event in Vegas, and we collaborated at IMEX, and we want to continue that deep level of collaboration where we're not only talking about what we can do at the stadium, but also how can we bring in Santa Clara? How can we bring in the Santa Clara story? So you'll see a more integrated marketing effort with Discover Santa Clara, where we can boost convention center revenues as well as hotel bookings in lockstep with boosting non-NFL events with the stadium manager. And then lastly, we want to establish KPIs and performance metrics specific to each marketing initiative. One thing we want to do is refine the marketing plan so it's specific to each marketing initiative, whether it's a private event, how are we attracting people, how are we attributing the outcomes of those events to the marketing efforts, and also really be outcome driven on our marketing, so we're not just looking at overall marketing efforts, but what are the outcomes? You know, what was the actual what was the actual turnout for the events? Was that turnout expected? Was that turnout above expectations? How do we make sure that we can attribute any sort of sales activity to a conversion to someone that booked one of the events? And so we want to be more surgical about how we measure the marketing efforts through these KPIs and overall performance metrics. So just to summarize what we laid out earlier, our budget revenues decreased by $2.6 million, or 4%, and that was driven by sort of the cliff of the SBL license revenue. Our budget expenses decreased by $5.6 million, or 11%, and that was driven by us actually exceeding being able to pay down the principal on the SBL loans, and so that was a pleasant surprise. On the renovation and demolition reserve balance, we're projecting that to be $35.5 million. Again, as our Director of Finance laid out, we're hoping that in 4 to 5 years we can reach the overall $70 million total. Capital Reserve Fund balance is budgeted to have a balance of $3.4 million. We're going to be working with staff to make sure that working with Stadium Manager to make sure we prioritize that capital fund budget. That is running a little low, so we'll be talking about that. The net non-NFL event revenue budgeted at $5.5 million. Again, that's a place and time based on the business model of booking large concerts at large venues such as stadiums, trying to unpack that, understanding how we can be even more confident with the numbers as that business model evolves. We do understand that that's a lower number than we were hoping for, but again, we will be working with Stadium Manager to understand that business model and understand how we can forecast that better. The First Amendment to the naming rights agreement, as we mentioned earlier, we have a $2.7 million set aside for that. Some of that is coming from existing funds, some of that will be funded from other sources. That's due to the signage improvement related to that naming rights agreement. And then the Super Bowl 60 and World Cup events at Levi Stadium. Next week, March the 5th, we do have a presentation to discuss the proposals and the progress that we're making on all those agreements, as well as other updates. So with that, we're going to move forward with a recommendation to review and provide input on the proposed Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 24-25 operating, debt service, and capital budget, the draft 2024 Levi Stadium Events Marketing Plan, and proposed Stadium Authority budget, compliance, and management policies. With that, we'll turn it over and answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go to council questions at this point. Let me see here. All right, Council Authority Member Jane.
These questions are primarily for Director Lee. On slides 3 and 6, you talked about how for this budget, you pretty much got documents from Manco. And so how do you check whether those documents are correct? I know we have audits that happen later, but for this budget, do you go into the FMS system, or do you look at that? And then my next question was for the non-NFL profits, you listed in 22-23, it was 8.8 million was the actual, and then for 23-24, it was 7.8 million was the projected. And then for 24-25, it's only 5.5 million. And can you give me some ideas to what the budgeted numbers were for 22-23 and 23-24? Or was the budget of 5.5 million a conservative budget number that we're using this time? And then, actually, if you could show slide 14 for this next question, that would be useful. but I'll go ahead and ask the question about the legal contingency. The legal contingency is $14 million. I think you said that that was for unresolved litigation with the 49ers. Where did that money come from, the $14 million? Okay, for this slide here, the capital expenditure reserve is, in 22-23, was $22 million. And then it declined because we're updating the lighting and all of that. But how did it get to $22 million when we can only put $1 million a year into it, according to the waterfall? So I wanted to understand that. And then if you go to slide 19, okay, so the last line, the senior and youth program fees, why are we budgeting $233,000 instead of $250,000? Because there's a cap of $250,000 there, and we've always hit the cap. So why are we budgeting less than the cap for that senior and youth program fees? All right, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I hope I know most of these answers, but a lot of this will also be for the public to understand. So all those costs for city employee hours, those come out of the stadium expenses. Those are budgeted in there. They do not come from the city general fund. If I'm understanding this correctly, you can, when you answer me back, you can say yes or no. I too am surprised about the capital reserve fund. I understand we only have to put in $1 million, and that is the lowest number. But 3.4 million seems small, and for a very large billion-dollar facility that is 10 years old. So I have a little consternation over that, and maybe that would be something Stadco or Manco, who was online, could answer that. I would love for you to give, I understand it, but I get all the time from the public, how come we don't get more money? And I understand about waterfalls and things like that. I'm wondering if you could give a very short, from a financial point of view, an elevator pitch of why. Obviously, I understand 4 to 5 years the hope is to have that $70 million for the demo fund. But I am also concerned that the 24-25 budget is only at 5.5. That seems low. I do see that we have 3 concerts booked and 4 large soccer games, Brazil being one of those. I'm curious, and this would be also for our public, how many of those needed those waivers that we have allowed? And how much are we partnering with Discover Santa Clara? Because it seems like we haven't done a whole lot. That hasn't really got going. And what are some of the possibilities there? Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ken, a couple of questions. Going back to the renovation demolition reserve, based on the numbers and what's been collected so far, it sounds like there's about $5 million a year being put aside into that fund. And it's not anticipated that the fund will be, for the demolition is not going to occur for at least the 40 years or maybe even 50 years. And the fact that we're going to reach that goal in terms of that $70 million in like the next 4 to 5 years, that $70 million, that's not going to be needed for like maybe another 25 to 35 years. Who made the decision to put all that money aside, like right up front, basically? Because when I think about like some of the needs that are of our city right now, is it possible that some of those monies could have been redirected somehow if it wasn't needed for the waterfall or some other buckets, could it have come back to the general fund sooner? So that's my question for that. When will we know the actual non-NFL event net revenue for 23-24? And then regarding the SBLs, seeing that they've been sold and a lot of them are now being, they've been paid off, the 10-year loan. How do we know that all those full-time employees are actually necessary? Because it seems like there are a lot of FTEs for services and maintaining the SBLs. Slide 19, where it was showing down the debt reduction for the stadium. I was wondering why the amount was so low last year and then this year compared to other years. Slide 34, and this was during Assistant City Manager's presentation, and regarding the SOMP, how is the Stadium Authority going to share comments with the stadium manager? There was a comment or a statement there, a bullet, that the Stadium Authority is going to share comments about the SOMP. Let's see, slide 35. Okay, staff plans to work with the stadium manager in upcoming year to leverage the Niners' strong season and to build reputation and attract other events. Okay, so my question there is, our staff is, I'm just wondering why that's our staff's responsibility, or that our staff is working in that respect, because it seems like that's the stadium management's responsibility. That's what they're being paid to do, to put a marketing plan together. So I'm just wondering why our staff is so involved in that respect. And then I guess, yeah, that was the same question. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Lee. I have a question on slide number 9. I think Councilor Watanabe included that. Like our SBL revenue is $5.5 million, is substantially gone down because we've fulfilled most of the payments on the SBL, and the expenses is around $2.4 million. And we still have 10 sales position on that. And if I understand right, more than 90% of the SPL seats are already sold. I may be off by a few percent. And why do we need 10 full-time sales position? If very few SPL seats are there, why can't we manage that with a lower number? And 9 service position that I can understand, they are still servicing all the SPL holders. That's not a big point of contention. I also have a question regarding the budgeting of non-NFL net revenue versus previous years. Historically we are seeing a good number, but why on purpose we are budgeting it to be only $5.5 million, lower budgeting figures on that. I'm very happy that as per the stadium agreement, the 7th bucket is being filled up with 335.5. I wish we had some better use of it because it's not being utilized for next decades. So, but I'm glad it will be fulfilled by, as per our contractual obligation, it will be fulfilled by next 2-3 years, and then the money can flow to the city general fund. So that's my, and I also had that once this $35.5 million is filled, bucket is filled, and it goes to 70 million, what is the best rate of return we are trying to get on that money? Because it will keep sitting there for the next 25, 30 years. So what return are we trying to make? Like we should not be losing money because of inflation. What are What are we trying to do with that so that we at least beat the inflation and get some more? Thank you.
Authority Member Jane?
Yeah, I just had one more question, and this is for Assistant City Manager Baker. In the SOMP, the Stadium Operations and Maintenance Plan, you said that's a 300-odd page document. So presumably, there's a lot of maintenance work that happens there. How are we ensuring that the work is being bid according to state standards or policies, and that prevailing wage is being paid on that work?
Any other questions from the Authority Board? All right, I have a couple. First, I had the same question about the sale of the SBLs and 10 full-time positions when that seems excessive, noting that the sales are at a very minimum now. And then it's the first time I've been kind of concerned about the debt repayment because the major, payments have been made on the SBLs. And so I see that it's slowing down a little bit and we're at the $200 million mark. How are we going to, what's the projection for paying that off with since, the majority of the SBLs now we're in resales and other things. So I'd like to hear about that. Let's see, what else did I have? Oh, the SOMP. How come we don't see the SOMP and it's confidential? And why are we not looking at it, since at the end of the day, it's a Stadium Authority Board that's responsible for it, but yet we can't see it? And how are we supposed to give comments on it if we're not able to see it? Let's see here. I heard about the marketing plan and the deep level of collaboration. I want to know how that's going to translate into performance rent for the city. I mean, I think at the end of the day, that's nice that we're all collaborating, but what is the benefit to the city from this? Because I went back and I looked, and I think Authority Member Hardy asked the question, people want to know why we are not making more money. Well, we did make money in the city's general fund in 2014, 15, 16, and 17, but starting in 2018, 0, 2019, 0, 20, 0, 21, 0, 22, 0, 23, and 24, 0, projected for 25, 0. So yes, why did we make money in the beginning, but not for the last 7 years, almost 8, or is it 6, almost 7? I have to count that. So, I love all the collaboration, the hard work. At the end of the day, we're getting 0 into our general fund. We had the most successful, apparently successful concerts last year that anyone could ever imagine at that stadium. To Taylor Swift, to Beyonce, and Ed Sheeran that had the most people ever in a stadium. Karol G. We had soccer games, like the most successful year. Yet our quarterly report shows that when you average, they were less than $1 million an event. I have a hard time believing that. I really, really do. So my question is, how are we verifying these numbers? Because they don't add up to me. And then the last thing I have is the activity around Super Bowl and World Cup. How are we monitoring how much money we're spending with all of our staff time and events? Because I know our staff has put a lot of time and effort into these 2 events, and we, to this point, as far as I know, don't have any agreements with the Bay Area Host Committee to pay us back. So how are we tracking the time that is spent on those 2 events that we will need to be paid back on? Like, how are we doing that, and can we get some kind of a monthly, tally of where we are so far? And I think that's it. So I know those are a million questions. Do you want a little time? Do you want a little break to go through, or do you want to?
At your will,
No, I mean, I just want to. 5 minutes? Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll do like a quick walk around City Hall. And it's 8:02, let's say 8:15. That gives you enough time. Those are a lot of questions. All right, we'll be back here at 8:15. Could everyone take their seats, please? Yes, we do not. They're all just sitting in there. All right, we're here when you're ready, Director Lee.
Check. Oh, it's on. All right, thank you, Chair Gilmore. So what I will do is I'll handle most of the financial questions, and there's a couple questions around SBL staffing, and I'll talk about non-NFL events, but if there's representatives from the stadium manager, I believe Alex Acton or Jihad Buchman is online, I'll have them, after I get through the finance questions, I'll have them add any kind of insight on a couple questions, and then after Manco staff, I'm going to kick it over to Executive Director's office on some of the questions around the SOMP and the marketing plan and talk about that. And then if I missed anything, please by all means, let me know. So the first question, Board Member Jane asked about slide 3 and slide 6 and how do we check documents. And so I do want to talk about from a budget perspective, we get a lot of the documents that you see the numbers in that budget, so the forecasting of revenues, the forecasting of expenses, we get those in January, starts a 45-day clock. We do have an iterative process of asking questions behind the numbers. We also have a process where we review, for example, the staffing for SBL sales and services and shared expenses. We ask questions, we review their payroll information to make sure those tie for purposes of reasonableness when it comes to the budget, and then we ask questions about what they are and why. So I do want to answer some of those questions and then kick it over to Manco at the end of my response. And then at the end of the year, when the year is closed out, we do have invoices throughout the year. We get some of the information up to 90 days after the close of the fiscal year. I know a board member asked about when are we going to get the non-NFL event revenue for this year, and our anticipation is probably around the June or July timeframe. Our auditor is also in process in that, KPMG, and so those numbers might get tweaked based on how they're booking numbers, and then we typically report out just the financials for this year in the August, September timeframe. It goes to audit committee first and then to the board. There were some questions around non-NFL event revenue. Historically, the last 2 years, we received in 22-23, $8.8 million. I want to just remind everyone in the public that both on the city side, stadium side, when we're developing the budget for that year, we were in the middle of a COVID year where there were very few people in the stands. The budget at the time was projected and approved at $250,000. Fortunately for those events, the recovery from COVID happened. The Stadium Authority earned $8.8 million. In this year's budget, 23-24, the board approved at this time last year a budget of $4.5 million with some of the events that was described, Taylor Swift, Beyonce. The projection here is 7.8, so both years exceeding the budget by quite a bit. With regards to the $5.5 million, as mentioned earlier, we're concerned with that number. We want that as high as we can make it. I want to give some details here about what I understand goes into those numbers, and then at the end of my response, open it up for Manco to respond as well. We do know that the non-NFL event revenue is dependent on the type of events. There are more profitable events, for example, concerts than some of the sporting events. We do know also individually based on the promoters' negotiations, and those are done individually with every event. The terms of those are negotiated, and the outcome of that then falls into the bottom line. So when we have events like Taylor Swift, Beyonce that have higher face value tickets, dollars, for example, then those can translate into more non-NFL event revenue dollars. When we're looking at the $5.5 million from what we understand of the events coming up, not as high in terms of ticket value dollars, but our hope is to engage with the stadium manager on those events, how those individual agreements with promoters are negotiated, and ensure that our non-NFL event revenue are maximized. And I do want to know that in the events of events like Taylor Swift, we know that there's a huge following and a large gathering. A lot of times for promoters that come into stadiums like ours, the ticket revenues typically go to the promoters, and then what's then credited to us are portions of either the food and beverage, parking, and other pieces of the events. And again, the stadium manager can talk more about how that's made, but typically when you see the high ticket prices and a full stadium, we get the surcharge, we get dollars around food and beverage and parking, but the face value of that ticket a lot of that times is credited to promoters. With regards to the legal contingency and the $14 million and where do those dollars come from? So two sources of revenue. First off, in the budget submittal by the stadium manager, it includes a line item for buffet costs. And as we all know, as I mentioned, that the subject of those costs are under litigation. And so rather than spend that money on paying buffet invoices, the Stadium Authority holds that and puts that into a legal contingency. On the public safety costs contingency, those dollars are generated from non-NFL events. So the formula, as I showed in a detailed slide, roughly half of that non-NFL event comes to the Stadium Authority for performance rent. And because what is unknown is the resolution of the public safety cost credits and potential liabilities, rather than allocating those credits out to performance-based credits or to the general fund, until we know the outcome of that arbitration or litigation, those dollars are set aside. So those are the two flow of dollars from into those litigation contingency reserves. And I do want to mention when we have non-NFL events, these are projected numbers off the budget. We typically close out a year and then get some of that cash after the end of the fiscal year. So there's some timing differences there. With regards to, there were some questions with regards to the capital reserve. I mentioned $3.4 million in a balance, and in some years we had $22 million. How does that happen? And in any given year, you have planned capital projects. We showed a budget of over $20 million in projects. And to the extent those projects get delayed, those projects are ongoing either through a design, through the permitting process. Those dollars aren't either encumbered or spent right away, and then we carry those dollars over. So we do get roughly $4 million a year in capital reserve funding. That $22 million was a result of the buildup of some of that from prior years and the carryover of those projects from those years. Senior youth fees, you are correct. We've typically, when we've had full games and playoff games, we will hit that $250,000 cap. Just for background, that is a 35-cent charge on non-NFL event, on NFL tickets. Because this budget assumes the regular season and preseason games, it typically takes us to the postseason in order to hit the $250,000. So based on projections of attendance and that 35-cent fee, it's $233,000 that's projected. But if we do get one playoff game, then that will hit the $250,000. There were some questions around city staff, the tracking of cost, and how we account for Stadium Authority staff time. For example, my time at this meeting. Our payroll system does allocate, we have specific charge codes that would charge this time directly to the Stadium Authority. The finance staff makes sure that the correct time is allocated. Sometimes we see that there's, whether there's employees that might not have charged or there are new employees charging, we make sure that those are appropriate hours that are spent on Stadium Authority activities every pay period, so that we have staff reviewing that every pay period. With regards to Super Bowl and World Cup, our payroll system is fully capable. In fact, we have the codes set up to account for those times. We are waiting for a financial agreement to make sure that we understand what costs would be and would not be covered by those agreements. And so as we are administratively working up to that, those charges are made to our G&A budget or general and administrative budget. But when we do have agreements in place, for example, there was an agreement by the Bay Area Host Committee to send staff to Super Bowl 58. We have used those charge codes. We're set up to track that specifically for those specific purposes, and then we'll bill those back to Bay Area Host Committee accordingly. There were some questions on how come we don't get more money through the Stadium Authority. And I'll just comment and then defer kind of the specifics around non-NFL events to the stadium manager. I'll just comment from my understanding for the agreements that were agreed to before my time here, a lot of the dollars in the Stadium Authority budget were intended both to cover rent, as you've heard from me, from ground rent and performance rent, as well as cover the debt that the Stadium Authority issued to build the stadium. So the intent behind, I think, the initial, some of the terms of the agreements were focused on paying off debt. Now, as your treasurer, I'll share in the goal of maximizing revenues both to the Stadium Authority and to the general fund, wearing a separate hat. So to the extent that we can and we will in terms of the outcome of pending litigation as well as conversations with the stadium manager, look to understand and see how we can maximize those dollars. And as I mentioned, through that waterfall effort, hopefully dollars to the general fund by filling up that seventh bucket much sooner than had been anticipated in the onset of the development of the stadium. Then there were some questions around the renovation and demolition fund. Board Member Watanabe, you asked about whether we could accelerate some of those dollars. As you appropriately and correctly said, the concept of a renovation and demolition fund was intended as part of the contracts, along with the parties that signed those agreements originally when they were executed. They were reviewed and approved by the bondholders, so the flow of funds through the waterfall was dictated by the bondholders. The demolition of the stadium is a responsibility of the stadium manager, and so I believe that $70 million was set aside in an effort to ensure there are some dollars to do that in the event of that at the end of the 40-year term. If there was an agreement by all the parties, which may include the bondholders, that would be required in order to accelerate some of those, change the terms of the agreements. We are under discussion with the stadium manager as well as our legal staff on those possibilities, but that's a concept that we're thinking about mulling and weighing as far as what would be needed to do so. And it sounds like Executive Director wants to chime in.
I just want to correct. Demolition is a responsibility of STADCO, not the stadium manager.
Thank you. Let's see. So there was the question around SBLs, the staffing for SBLs, and the 10 FTEs or so on the sales side, and we do know that the initial sale was roughly $600 million. That's a very large revenue that's been helpful to the Stadium Authority. There are a percentage of seats that default, whether they defaulted on the payment plan or they've decided not to purchase the required NFL seats, and there's activity around those resales and marketing, and there's also activity around the services provided to those SBL holders. And a lot of times, from what I understand, they have inquiries on different things, and so there's still an ongoing level of activity around SBLs. And in the budget, notably, about $5 million projected for next year, and I'll defer to the stadium manager on that for additional details with regard to those positions. Then on slide, I think I covered that. So there was some discussion around the $35.5 million in the renovation and demolition fund. And the seventh bucket, we talked about what it would take to accelerate. There was some discussion around the rate of return there, and we are limited by the agreement to invest in under 90 days. So typically that's a money market account. I think roughly we're earning probably around 4 to 5% today. Those interest earned, while they're helpful for the Stadium Authority, by our understanding with the agreement, that interest would flow back through the waterfall, so it would come back and fill in that $70 million pot. So you're right, to the extent we can maximize interest there, it would help us, but we are limited in terms of the type of investments based on the agreements. There were some questions on the debt service. Why are we lower than last year? And so a couple things. The main debt service that we're focused on paying off is our Term A. It's a fixed rate debt. It was structured to decrease in the year when SBL payment plans were stopping. So this year, when that 10-year payment plan's stopping, the way they structured that bond was based on cash flow, projected cash flow for the Stadium Authority. So that's why the decrease in debt service. It's entirely a fixed payment schedule. It ends in 2039, so we don't have the opportunity to accelerate that. I think that option for acceleration is with the bondholders, that they earn roughly 5.5%. So it would have to be a different interest rate market for them to want to accelerate any kind of payment. Then there were some questions around what do we do to verify costs? How do we verify prevailing wage? And so I want to talk about our processes, what information we have access to, and then hopefully that responds to the question. And so with regards to actual invoices, staff charges, we do have a financial management system that's shared with the stadium manager. We do get monthly invoices. We do get regular uploads of staffing charges. My staff has a process to review those on a regular basis, whether monthly or quarterly, depending on the priority of that's on our plates. And then we do document what we do review. And then a lot of the information also comes in at the end of the year, so 90 days after the close. So in the June, July timeframe, as I mentioned earlier, the final booking of a lot of the allocation of expenses occurs. And so we are hit with both coordinating that review and the booking of those dollars with our auditor, KPMG, as well as our own financial review in-house from a compliance perspective. It is done as a sampling. We don't do 100%, but we do sample based on a dollar thresholds, type of expenses, type of events, when it comes to actual invoices and charges. With regards to prevailing wages, typically around CapEx invoices, I know that has been a debate in the past several years. We do have checklists before we pay a CapEx vendor directly, which the Stadium Authority does. We do have checklists to verify that those documents are complete. A lot of times they come with certified payroll. I won't say that we audit every single line item, but we do have a checklist to make sure that those documents are prepared, and we have reported out both through the bills and claims reports as well as the quarterly reports on those transactions as well. I think I covered those fiscal questions. Right now, I'll turn it over to stadium manager staff online. If you could raise your hand, and I think our assistant city clerk will unmute, and they can add some color, and then I think our executive director staff will add some more responses after the stadium manager.
Okay.
Great.
Alex, go ahead. Alex? He's gone now. He was on. Where is he? I don't see him.
Hi, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, we can. Oh, you moved him over. All right.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Thanks for kicking it over here. I'm here just to, maybe before I kick this off, I'm here to answer questions on budget material, not to necessarily advocate for any particular position, but also want to note that I'm a registered lobbyist before we get started here. I think the two things that I'll just add a little bit of color on are the non-NFL events and the SBL sales and service questions in particular. regarding the NNE projections year over year, Ken's answer is spot on. There are a lot of variables associated with non-NFL event profits. You know, depending on the specific type of event, expected demand, attendance, the economics of the deals themselves, it's not as simple as saying that X amount of events would yield X amount of profits. Each ticketed event is different and has, you know, its own economic impact that impact the overall profitability. Last year, though, we had an incredibly strong lineup of artists and events that had both extremely high demand and ticket prices. And, you know, the board's decision to allow weeknight concerts was pivotal in that. This not only resulted in individual events performing better than some of the initial models, but also resulted in a large cash balance that we were able to accrue a significant interest income number on. Because these variables, it's incorrect to use the results as a baseline for expectations for this upcoming fiscal year. While it's always, you know, our goal to host as many profitable events as possible, the actual results depend largely on factors that are not totally within our control. You know, in particular, the schedule for major events are dictated by the promoters and the artists, not necessarily the stadium manager. So this upcoming year is not projected to have the same demand or economic structures as the events we saw last year. But, you know, we're doing our best to provide a realistic range of NNE profits based on everything we know at this particular time. But the landscape in this world can change very quickly. And as we've shown the last 2 years, we have absolutely no problems blowing past whatever budgeted projections were provided. We always hope to do better year over year, regardless of the variables that are kind of associated with this world. Rolling into the SBL sales and services, just to add a little bit of color there. You know, the $5 million in SBL revenues that's being shown in the budget, that is the expected cash to be collected for SBLs this upcoming year. But when we refer to the SBL team sellers, they are primarily selling SBL revenues that will mostly impact future years. So, for example, our SBL team this past sales cycle closed over $10 million in new sales, and they have a goal of another, you know, 6+ to hit their new sales cycle. But most of these sales are financed over a 10-year period, and that only requires a 10% down payment to do so. You know, it's then the responsibility of our SBL service team to actually provide the ongoing service needs and be that first point of contact to these customers and collect the remaining 90% over the upcoming years. So these teams work in tandem to actually capture and collect as much SBL revenue as possible. So, you know, I think when you're doing your ROI analysis on this, it kind of must be viewed in the context of the overall SBL portfolio, not just the incremental sales or cash on an annual basis. You know, the SCSA has collected in excess of $580 million from SBL customers, and it's important to fulfill those ongoing service needs for these customers. So I think the only way that you can actually calculate a return on those expenses is to account for the cumulative SBL revenue, not this incremental piece that I think we're trying to do here. That's all. That's all I had on those two, Ken.
Yep.
So I think we need IT to help out Councilmember Kevin Park. Mayor, next let me take your question with regard to the stadium operations and management plan. And the question was, can the board see that plan? As Assistant City Manager mentioned, the plan is several hundred pages. I actually am looking at the index, and once you take into account all of the attachments, it's over 700 pages. And so, for example, that document is really an internal administrative document. It includes things like prior year engineering work order log, the preventative maintenance log, information on warranty documentation, procedures with regard to the incident management system, the Playmaker handbook for procedures, the procedure with regard to if there are any missing or separated persons at the stadium, information on the life safety plan, the flood emergency response plan, as well as information on the data center, and even things that are somewhat innocuous like loading dock procedures, but that we wouldn't want out there publicly. And so typically that document is reviewed administratively and comments are provided by various city departments to the stadium manager's office, and then comments are then provided to Manco. That said, we can look into, is there a way to provide the city council with a confidential version of that? It is not a policy document that would be acted on in this setting, nor does it appear to meet the criteria for closed session. However, we can take a look. I know in the last 10 years it has not been provided to the board, but certainly willing to look and see, is there a way where we can provide individual board members with a confidential copy to review?
And I'm not signing an agreement that says I won't talk about it for 6 years, so just to let you know that, well, you asked us for our feedback on that, but we've not seen it, so I don't know what kind of feedback you were expecting to get from us on that document.
Totally. I don't think that we were asking necessarily for feedback on that. We were just letting you know as a board that we've received it and that we would undertake the administrative review that has occurred annually.
Well, I would like to see it, and the board can have a choice if they want to see it or not, but if it's under our purview and our responsibility, I think we should have the opportunity to look at it. We are capable of reading 700 pages. We really are.
Absolutely, Board Chair, not saying that, just articulating that the vast majority of things in the document are administrative in nature and truly delegated to administrative staff and the executive director, but I totally understand the request that the board would like to see a copy, and again, I'm committed to doing the work to see how we can provide you with a copy of that. With regard to the, there was a question from Board Member Hardy on if any of the current events that are booked for the upcoming year received a waiver. I believe what you were referring to was a weekday waiver. At this point, no waivers have been given. Important to note that there are two concerts, a Luke Combs concert, which is a Friday and a Saturday event, not compliant with those weekday waivers. Then the other concert is a Rolling Stones concert on a Wednesday, but it's scheduled to begin at 7:30, and so it's my understanding that a waiver is not needed for that event. With regard to the marketing plan, there were a number of questions on that plan, and I'll direct that to Assistant City Manager Baker.
Thank you, City Manager. And the questions came from Chairman Gilmore and Member Watanabe, specific to how does the city benefit with collaboration, as well as, how are we or why are we involved in that process, right? Why are we involved in the marketing plan? So I'll address both of those. I'll start with how does the city benefit from collaboration? Well, that's a spot-on question. As you know, I've just been here a little over 2.5 months, and our goal is exactly that, to make sure we hold stadium manager, the plan, the implementation of that plan accountable to outcomes. And so we have to start with the outcomes first, which are still being developed. So we're saying it's in a draft mode because that has not yet been defined. What are the outcomes? Are we looking at 10 events on the public event side? Is that the outcome we want and we'll try to get there? Are we 7 out of 10? What is the actual goal post, right? We understand that the budget is one quantitative measure, but what is ultimately the goal here? How many events can we actually produce profitably? The way we're going to hold stadium manager accountable to that is to look at the market. Stadium Manager is one of many management companies that does this, right? We have companies across the board that book out stadiums. We want to know what those comps are. What is the market telling us? And that will inform the outcomes. Once we have the outcomes in a KPI, then we can start attributing the marketing towards those outcomes. Is it working? Do we have the right levels? What type of A/B testing are we doing on marketing, right? We have a lot of proactive marketing in the marketing plan. How exactly are we doing that? And so that is ultimately how collaboration is going to drive results. But it starts with the outcomes first, understanding and verifying those with the market, understanding those with competitors that do the same thing as Manco, and then holding them accountable. With respect to, before I get into the question of why is staff so heavily involved, with respect to collaboration with the DMO, right, which is one of the strategies, we think that we can be more programmatic to simplify how events are booked across the board, because you have to understand the event booking process. So there's a term called T-shirt sizing. If you're a corporate event manager, how easy is it to do business with Levi's Stadium? How easy is it to do business with the DMO, with the convention center, et cetera? We think there's some tools that can be developed and provided to simplify that experience. That starts with tours, being able to tour easily and having scheduled tours, which is in the marketing plan. Well, let's hold that account. Let's make that programmatic. Is there a calendar tool to do that? Like, how exactly are we simplifying the sales process around collaboration, right? How are we coordinating going to various events? Like we explained with IMEX, that was a successful event. The DMO was there alongside with sales reps from Stadco and Manco, but what exactly did we do there? Where was Santa Clara in that story? Was it heavy on the Niners? What was going on there? So we need to make sure that in that collaborative effort, we're truly understanding the activities that are working and how they're simplifying the sales process, how they're increasing the Santa Clara story. The second question that member Watanabe asked is, why are we so heavily involved in this process, right? It's our job to provide oversight and hold Manco responsible, but it's ultimately up to them to execute. So at this stage, we're providing oversight on just verifying, validating, asking the right questions around why is this plan the right plan? That's the role that we play. It's not so much the execution of the strategy or even, frankly, the development. They created the plan. It's just like we're doing now, asking questions, making sure that we've thought these things through, and so that's the role we'll continue to play.
Board Chair Gilmore, one clarification. The Rolling Stones concert did receive a waiver. We went back and checked. At the time they were booking, they did not provide the name of the concert for confidentiality, but a waiver was provided for that date, and we confirmed that the Rolling Stones was booked on that date. So we know the waiver is for the Rolling Stones.
All right, was that it for the questions? I just had a couple follow-ups.
Yes, I think that we've answered all the Q&A. If we've missed any, let us know. Thank you.
I had a couple follow-ups. One, I think, Assistant City Manager, I really asked the question, how does the level of collaboration translate into performance rent to the city's general fund? So I know that you talked all around that, but my bottom line is, what are we getting in the city's general fund from all of this collaboration? How does it transform? And I really didn't hear that. So that's what I'm concerned about. And then my other question is, Director Lee, you talked about how we have charge codes for Super Bowl and World Cup. That was for the trip to Las Vegas that the staff took. But have we been keeping track of billing for time spent on World Cup and Super Bowl activities, at least for the last year? Because I know our staff has been heavily involved in all that. Are we keeping track of that? Because that's not something I want to see coming from the Stadium Authority budget. That should be a separate thing. Have we been doing that?
Yeah, so we are waiting for a funding agreement before we start or turn on some of the codes for the administrative time that's been spent on it. Our payroll system is fully able to track it.
I know we're able to. Have we been tracking for the last year?
Sure. Let me take that.
Because
Gilmore.
I just want to preface it that by the last time we did World Super Bowl, 3 years before the event, we had the agreement before work was even done. This, we still have no agreement, and who knows when we're going to have an agreement. So, City Manager, knowing that,
Sure.
have we been tracking?
Sure. I'll answer as the executive director for the stadium. So the vast majority of time has been spent with administrative staff that in their time that is billed to the Stadium Authority budget in G&A, general administrative time. What we have been doing, and we are set to provide the board with a very complete and comprehensive update literally next week at your regularly scheduled meeting on March 5th about all of the activities that we have been undertaking this date. And so with regard to administrative time, primarily in the executive director's office and in the legal counsel's office, those costs have been billed to the stadium general administrative budget. We are currently negotiating the assignment and assumption as well as government services agreement that will fully outline all of the costs that will be reimbursed. Totally understand that in your guiding principles, there is a goal to recover as much pre, during, and post-event cost as possible, and we are certainly have that goal post. Whether we will be successful in getting all pre-costs reimbursed, you will get that update in a confidential fashion when we meet in closed session to discuss where we are at with the agreement negotiations. I also would like to say that it is important to note that when you are negotiating a reimbursement agreement, oftentimes the party you're negotiating with will not reimburse the time that you spent to negotiate that agreement. And so we very much understand the goalposts. We very much understand the typical business guardrails with regard to that, and we are being very cognizant that while we are in this negotiating period, we are tracking all costs and billing them to the Stadium Authority budget.
Well, I think that our direction was to bill not as much costs as we can, all costs, pre, during, and post-event, if I remember correctly. And you haven't been negotiating an agreement it's been a year. It's been a year. There's a lot of work that's been done, not just negotiating an agreement, a lot of work. And I know because I'm involved down here at City Hall, so I know there's a lot of people working on this. So are you telling me that you haven't taken those hours that everyone's worked and billed them separately? Because these are two separate events outside of the Stadium Authority. So if the last year has been billed to the Stadium Authority, it's not fair for the Stadium Authority because those are two separate events that should be per separate contracts that should have been negotiated a year ago. So now I'm concerned that these hours, and there's lots of them, lots and lots of hours that have been spent that is going to come out of our Stadium Authority budget and not out from the Bay Area Host Committee, which should be paying for this. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Board Chair, I do think that there is appropriate context that should be articulated. One, when you state that this should have been done a year or more ago. I think with regard to Super Bowl, and we will talk about this when we provide the full update, it's important to note that how the NFL bids the Super Bowl is distinctly different than how it was done 10 years ago. How it was bid 10 years ago was a competitive process where before Santa Clara put in a bid, you're absolutely right, all of the agreements were negotiated. In 2018, it is public knowledge that the NFL changed their bidding process and they no longer conduct the bids the way they did 10 years ago. And so I know we've talked about this before in a public fashion. The bid was submitted. At some point, I know the mayor signed a document in support of receiving the Super Bowl as a part of that, after that bid was submitted. And then we were notified, I believe it was like my second week here in May, that Santa Clara was awarded Super Bowl 60. And then that launched our process to begin planning for the Super Bowl. And we started with understanding the full scope and context. We were before you in September and provided a full update. And again, we will come on February 5th. In regard to FIFA, it is important to note that much of the conversation that we talked about in 2023 was about getting the documents that we need in order to have those negotiations. And Mayor, Board Chair, you were absolutely instrumental in your articulation of the need for the documents. And I think it's been reported publicly, and we've discussed it, that we were able to, through a four-way negotiation with FIFA, the 49ers, Bay Area Host Committee, and the Stadium Authority, to acquire the documents that we need to begin negotiations. The council negotiated a information sharing and cooperation agreement that allowed us to receive full unredacted versions of the documents that we need to begin negotiations. And then we launched those negotiations late in 2023. And again, we will provide you with an update at your next meeting on where we are. But it is not fully accurate that we have been negotiating those agreements for a year because we did not have the documents. We actually received the documents very late in 2023.
Well, I'll just clarify that. So all the time that has been spent so far in Super Bowl and World Cup have been billed to the Stadium Authority and not the Bay Area Host Committee, correct? That's what it sounds like to me. To date.
To date, yes, they've been billed to the Stadium Authority and not the Bay Area Host Committee.
Are you planning on billing the Bay Area Host Committee for the work that has been done to date on both of these events?
Absolutely. We are negotiating various agreements, assignment and assumption, and a government services agreement that will articulate all the costs that will be reimbursed, and it is our goal through those negotiations to seek the maximum reimbursement of every dollar pre, during, and post. That is absolutely our goal.
Because the Super Bowl is an NFL event. It's not a non-NFL event, so it should not be paid for by the Stadium Authority. And the other is a negotiated event. So, okay, well, I look forward to that then, getting those numbers and those calculations. Thank you. Does anybody have any further questions before we adjourn this meeting?
I have a follow-up.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, Assistant City Manager, you talked about having a very close collaborative partnership with the Destination Marketing Organization and the 49ers. It seems to me that, like you said, you want to make this as smooth as possible, so someone coming to visit a game would easily be able to find a hotel and find, restaurants and all of that. Is that part of that whole close collaboration to make, we want people to spend money in Santa Clara rather than elsewhere. So is that part of that?
Absolutely, Board Member Jane. We want to create a sort of frictionless experience. And we want to use tools, online tools, to do that. We're in talks with a couple innovative companies that can do that through a calendaring tool. So we're actively involved in that. So there's tools, there's content, and then there's just collaboration in general, just strategic collaboration to make sure that we can kind of T-shirt size T1, P1, P2, P3 types of events, large Google events, bar mitzvahs, weddings, just having sort of a simple programmatic way to interact with the city being the goal, right? Obviously, we have the DMO, we have the convention center, and we have the non-NFL events, but those are all our benefits. But how do we organize that, and how do we leverage an event at the convention center to maybe do an additional event at Levi's, and vice versa? How do we leverage our assets in a collaborative way? I do want to also touch on your follow-up, Chairman Gilmore. We'll take that back in terms of performance rent, in terms of how it actually cascades to profit. That's a different conversation, I agree, and we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, do you have a question? 30-member Chahal. No, you do or don't?
Yeah, I would do. Yeah. Thank you.
Did you say you did or not? I'm confused. Oh, you would, sorry, I didn't understand you. Okay, anybody else? All right, well, thank you very much, staff, and for the detailed report. Appreciate it. May I have a motion to adjourn? Motion second to adjourn? please register your vote. You can say yes if you haven't. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.